Welcome to the Coin King Show. I'm your host, Donna Crypto TA. Today is Saturday, June 21st, and Bitcoin is currently trying to reclaim the range in which price broke down from. We did get a bounce yesterday from the value area low, and from there, we just been trying to just bottom out a bit here. Uh, we were currently rejecting from the trend line in which price broke down from. So there was this little small triangular pattern. A lot of people would consider this to be a bear flag, but there's a small triangular pattern at the lows of Bitcoin, which the day before yesterday we saw price actually break up, and yesterday things just kind of spilled off. So did just finally get a push through here with the closure. Just got to see if Bitcoin can hold it here now. If Bitcoin can manage to hold it here, then the next battle would be the point of control for the range, with the intent that Bitcoin could probably come back up to about 104.5 to 104.2. I really don't know that Bitcoin will do any more than that, but that's what's on the table right now. Since there was a build-up of bullish divergence as price was dropping, so hidden bullish divergence, I would assume that Bitcoin could get back up to at least that point, retest the high of that region if price can hold here. Um, 5 minute time frame did break market structure. So on the 5 minute time frame here, you can see that price came up and got a closure. Got a closure above this region here, and that was what changed the market structure a little bit here on the 5 minute time frame. Now there is a range that Bitcoin is in that I was not paying attention to, and it's on the daily time frame. I have it drawn out here as well, and this is the last place that price came back and back tested on a pullback. So the low of the range from the daily time frame. And if I show you here on the daily, just so you would have reference of it, here on the daily time frame, just right here, so Bitcoin was inside of a range where we had that little lower triangular pattern net right here. So you can see these two doji candles here at the bottom was actually the formation for that triangle, and this is where price managed to push up. Now a lot of times what will happen, and I state this often on this channel, is when you get a range break, if it's not the actual direction, then price will come back up and test the high of that range. So is there the possibility that Bitcoin can come back up to 107? It's something to keep in mind, but it's not something that I want to encourage. But it is something to keep in mind. And so right now you can see we're back inside of this range. And like I showed you on that 5 minute time frame, that is the last place that price managed to drop back and hold, and not for any critical reason other than the fact that it is the low of this daily range. So coming back inside of the range is actually a pretty bullish thing to do. Now there's also this formation here on the daily time frame, which is something that could play out. We could actually see Bitcoin with this fallen wedgie structure over here actually get a pop to the upside, which could validate the the um the opportunity for price to come back up and then break the high of this range, because even with the little pump, even with the breakout that price got on Wednesday, no, Thursday, even with the pump that price got on Thursday, it still didn't come up and take out the high. Like, it just didn't. Bitcoin struggled with this little momentum line here. And you can see how we were not getting closures below it. We wicked it a few times and price came back up above the level here. And then we were having a few struggles trying to break above it until we finally did, but we got slapped down on that yesterday. So it's something to keep an eye on your on your daily time frame. And let me see if you can see this on your RSI. So you can also see it on your RSI. So you don't have to have my indicator to see this. A lot of times it does exactly what the RSI does for the most part. So about 80% of the time, it does exactly what the RSI does. You can just drop a line on your RSI to capture this formation here and look for a momentum break. The only thing about a momentum break on the daily time frame is it doesn't validate until you actually get the close of that candle. So and then just on your candlestick chart, just draw out, where you have this one bar at here, and just put a line top and the bottom of it. I use the channel tool, which is, can't see it right now, but I use the channel tool to create this formation right here. But this larger pattern here has broken down, unless we're shifting into something different. If we're creating a different pattern, then that'd be one thing. So we'll see if we do manage to break the point of control, if we do come back up inside of the triangle. Symmetrical triangles are known for breaks to the downside and breaks to the upside, which is kind of like what we saw with the lower symmetrical triangle, which again a lot of people refer to as a bear flag. So just taking it back over here to see. So with that slap down, with the overextended, and it is the weekend, so it's a lot easier to move price action, especially we don't have any more of the expired options dumping on us. But also do be aware that there may be some activity coming from the U.S. today in regards to the Middle East that could impact the price of Bitcoin. And that's really all of the update on Bitcoin. Just trying to maintain the trend line from the breakdown from yesterday, and in an attempt to get back above the point of control and back into the daily range. I hold the daily range. Okay, take a look at some altcoins, and I will keep an eye on Bitcoin from my other screen. So let me see. As altcoins may get a chance to perform a little bit here this weekend. I'm just getting things set up. Okay. Excuse me. Just gonna start it out with ICP. Put that up for just a minute there. So ICP came out of its accumulation zone down here. And it since coming out of the accumulation zone has managed to change the market structure here on the daily time frame. The only thing right now is how much of an impact the price of Bitcoin is going to have on the rest of the market. Now, over the weekend, the market tends to be able to move a lot easier regardless of the dominance, which dominance is generally not as high over the weekend because a lot of market participants have already left, like your institutional players. They're not in the market over the weekend and don't typically fully return until Tuesday. So as long as ICP can hold the top side of the weekly range here, actually, not necessarily the top side of the weekly range, but we do not want to see ICP come back down and take out this low here. So this low here is $4.18. But right now you can see that it has been attempting to hold the weekly range, which is just where the most transactions took place from the weekly time frame. So it is attempting to hold this range here to get the push back up into the rejection zone here. From here, I would expect the price to be able to come up to $7 and potentially take out this little these equal high liquidity over here for ICP. Being above the dynamic cloud is an important thing, and the cloud has dropped pretty nicely. So ICP does have a pretty good chance of getting a nice little pop over here. If I look at the RSI, currently price is below. Yeah, it's in the bearish control zone right now. And really no positive posture from your Delta or your MACD at the time. But one of the things I do like here is if I turn this off and turn this on, ICP is really trying to bottom out because it is above the 200-day moving average, which you can see price has not done that in quite a long time. So respectively, when you're above the 200 moving average, you tend to get a push to the upside. Now it's still trying to round out down here at the bottom. But if it plays out, then I would expect something like this from from ICP. I would expect for it to hold and at least push price up a bit more. So you can pop up and you can come back down and back test it as it is attempting to round out and start to move up. So right now it's sideways, but once we start to see some strength, we'll start to see this rise up and price start to get a push up. And if ICP manages to remain above this this weekly level here, then you can see where the next level would be between 785 and 886. It's one of few that do not have a death cross too, because there are some charts that do have a death cross on them. Bitcoin is still trying to hold that range right now, trying to hold the ascending trend line from which price broke down from right now. And then we take a look at XRP, still maintaining above this level that we were looking at here. So this pivot low, XRP is still maintaining this pivot low here from $2.07. It is still within the dynamic cloud. It has not been able to push out of it, and you can see how the scale, the white line here, so how this is not moving up. So even when price does get a break, you want to see this line break the outside also. And you want to see it, at least be flat or rising, with the yellow line, the white line outside of the top red line here. But anyway, ICP is still holding within this range here, um, 213 to about $1.92. And then we could see where it has the potential to get back to once it can get beyond this bearish order block here. And I don't recall if XRP actually, yeah. So XRP right now currently is getting a death cross right here. It's very minor, so there is a chance that XRP can come back up above here. But it does have has a death cross right here from this point, and I'm just gonna drop this little line right here on it. Let me change the opacity down to 50. All right. And again, it may not be anything because it is so choppy over here that it may be absolutely nothing. So I'm going to turn that off. I know everything appears to have a head and shoulder formation. But then we have to wonder, is it really a head and shoulder formation? So you have the potential for it to have a head and shoulder, but it could also be some sort of a triangular structure as well. So when I turn the QTD back on, I don't see the formation for the head and shoulder pattern in the indicator, and I really trust that over price action. But we do have to be aware that it could potentially be a head and shoulder, but it's not something that's been validated yet. So XRP has been managing to hold this level here. So this would be where the neckline would break. And if that were to be the case, then you want to know like what the measured move for something like this would be. And so the measured move would be XRP coming back down here to possibly take the liquidity from this low. And that is what the measured move would be. So I'll just make a note of that. Let me change that line. Change the setting here. Style. I'm looking at Bitcoin, and Bitcoin is still holding that ascending trend line right now. It has not pushed up past the impulsive candle that broke through, but it is still holding on to the top side of that ascending trend line. All right. And let me I'm such a slow typer. It's $1.61. This could also be a descending channel. I mean, not descending channel, but a descending triangle too, especially since price is kind of holding this bottom line here as well. So that is also something that it could be. The measured move would equal up relatively the same if this is what that is, unless we see another drop down here and then the formation changes and say XRP holds this bottom line right here, and then we'd be looking for something like that instead. I really don't know how to draw this out, but I'm just gonna do it like so. But that's also an option. I don't want to try to project that off of the low. Let's see. Um, but that's also an option. Let me see here. What is this? Is that a wick? Bitcoin is still holding the range. There is a lot of bullish sentiment behind XRP. That is one thing for sure. Because generally, when you get this rise like this, I mean, it did get a nice little pullback from where it made that move there. after the rise in the dynamic cloud and price being pushed down, but it didn't do that much damage, to be honest. It really didn't do that much damage. As in, the scale immediately popped back into the dynamic cloud. And prices just managed to hold, so I found another color. I'm just gonna put that in red just in case that is what that is. And I think I looked at this already. See that that was a small amount of bullish divergence there. Don't really have too much of bullish divergence right now. At least not from a daily time frame. Let's take a look at the 4-hour. This is no different than what we were seeing on the daily time frame for XRP. Attempt. See if there's any bullish divergence down here. And there is. So there is underlying strength. As there is some bullish divergence for XRP. This is just one of those altcoins that can range forever. It really can go on forever ranging. But that I've seen it in here before. Okay. I just put a note in there on that. And let's take a look at Ethereum. All right, so Ethereum. Oh, Bitcoin did get that pushback down below the candle hasn't closed, but it is about to. So Bitcoin did get that pushback down. Below the trend line, below the ascending trend line here, where we got the breakdown from. I mean, it was extended here on the 5-minute time frame. Attempting to hold. At least it did not get a cloud cover with that push up, because that had been very common. And this blue could end up turning into one, but the weekend can help it pump. You see over here on the 1 hour time frame, there's a squeeze here on the Bollinger on the 1 hour time frame. So we'll see the direction in which that releases. I know that this looks like a wedgie structure right here. It could have actually, well, you could say it's a small ascending triangle over here. The delta is coming up. MACD did cross its signal line. MACD is curving to the upside, although it has not broken above the zero line yet. So we'll see. This could just be the continuation back down. So this squeeze could just continue things back to the downside. It's the weekend, so anything can happen. I'll check back in on that. Momentum candle trying to push price back up, holding there. Not the strongest angle for the delta, but yeah, not the strongest angle. Negative delta cross here on the 5-minute time frame, even though price is trying to push price is trying to push back up there. If I see anything crazy happening, we'll be right back over to that chart. All right. So back over here to Ethereum. Ethereum is starting to break the low of the range again. Did finally completely lose that momentum line there. I have boldly given my thoughts on Ethereum. I didn't think that Ethereum was getting ready to pump up when I saw this, and especially with it being overextended here on the daily time frame with so many candles indicating that it was overbought. But the beauty of coming to the low of the range and holding it is that you have the opportunity to come back up to the high of the range. So that is that. This could be a structure that actually does give Ethereum a boost back up here to take out this little pivot right here and potentially get here into this golden pocket, which it has not tapped. It's only made it thus far from the absolute high to the low of the range to the 50% retracement level. But given everything that's going on right now, if Ethereum does lose the range, I would expect for it to come down in here. Now this purple line here, which is at 2281, is a monthly level of potential support. And although price has broken through this, like with the wick and all, it has done fairly well in holding up. So I add an additional line here for some sort of little range within a range. So about 2150 for Ethereum if it does continue to push down, then this is what I would be looking for. At least eating back up some of this formation right here. Don't really see anything positive to say right now. As price was sitting in this range right here, the momentum was completely gone. As you can see, the MACD was just gliding down here on the daily time frame. The same thing was over there on the Bitcoin time frame as well. So MACD declining. It did just close below the zero line with the closure of last night. Is there potentially bullish divergence? Absolutely. So all of this is reading as bullish divergence because price pushed back up above the scale and the formation of it. That typically gives a bullish rise out of price action, which is what I'm seeing across all of the altcoins. But for some reason, it's just a lot of different signals here for alts. Let me see what it looks like on the EMA ribbons. Yeah, no full flip yet on the EMA ribbons above the 200. And now prices below the 200 and clinging on to the 60 EMA there. So yeah, once that is lost, and I'm just gonna pull a fib from the low here to see if it's measuring up with anything I'm looking at. Really doesn't. This is below the weekly range. Oh, that about lines up with that 50 there. So, yeah. So if Ethereum doesn't manage to get back above the 200 EMA, back above the momentum line here that price broke down from, then yeah, I would be looking here about 2150 to see if Ethereum can get some support there. Big fair value gap. And be somewhere within this region right in here. I would think that it would be able to get some support there, and if it can't, then may not be good. May not be good. Death cross on Ethereum from death cross on Ethereum from this point. I just want to highlight everybody's. So got the death cross. Tried to push up. This is actually a silver cross. Actually, yeah, silver cross. Got a silver cross. So if it comes down and it loses to 200 here, then it's rising. 200 is rising now. So it could just come back down and bounce, revisit the 200 if the 200 is still rising. And if it rejects from the 200 at that point, then I would expect a continuation back down to the downside. That is what I would say for Ethereum. And I will come back later and add notes on it. And actually, let me look at the VRVP. Okay, so Bitcoin getting that little bit of a bounce above the but we had those multiple E's. Is trying to push up. It's closer to the point of control at this point. Wow. Yeah, so once the range is gone, if Ethereum loses the range, it really doesn't have much within here. So coming down into the weekly pivot would be the next level for it. It's not really much in here. And this would be a total reclaim of all of the overbought candles here. Overbought price action. A little bit of a rejection as Bitcoin did try to get that little pop up there. So undo. And I'm still hanging on to the top side of the weekly range, which is around about 74 cents. So it's still hanging on to the 74 cents. And if it loses the 74 cents, next level would be the 69. So about 70. We round that off. I'm just going to draw this from here. I want to see what that actually measured to. Okay. Can do it from there, do it from here. Doesn't really matter. It's about in line with that move right now, so if this was some sort of a head and shoulder, then yeah, this would be about in line with that. Okay. So I would say that this is basically played out. That is what I would say. If not, it takes the liquidity, then you can look to enter on a long from there. And this right here, just get moved out of the way. Just get moved out of the way. Right now, price does have to reclaim above the 79 cents. This is considered to be the death cross for Mondo. But this is a legitimate pattern right here also. So this may be something that can just simply be ignored and looking for the break to the upside. Just like with XRP. And because I'm drawing it based on the body, you'll be looking for a closure outside of the line. Since that is the one thing it has not managed to achieve, is a green candle closure outside of this trend line right here. I do believe it was underneath the dynamic cloud. Yep, it's still trending bearishly as it is underneath the dynamic cloud and has failed to come back up above the dynamic cloud and has been that way ever since it got this cloud cover here. This is a squeeze. So ever since it got this bearish squeeze over here, that is what it has done. I will now change the verbiage on here. Let me turn this back on again. I'm going to move this to here. But if you like Undo, then I guess you're at a good place to start accumulating some. Or maybe just wait until the structure changes. I do see the cloud cover here. Some slight bullish divergence in here. So yeah, looking for the trend line break be a good thing for the move up. I would expect to see this relax a little bit more. Maybe do something more like this. So decline in just a bit more. like so. So that way when price is attempting to come up, it's not a rejection. Like here, price attempted to come up and then it got a rejection because it is representing itself as a cloud cover. So you want to see it. The posture on it changed to about a 45-degree angle, something like that, but it needs to be descending. So we came back and finally hit that golden pocket. And we talked about this the other day because initially when we were reviewing it, it was right here. And no, it had pumped up away from here and it was sitting up here at this resistance line right here. And so the next level was going to be the golden pocket for SUI because we didn't have a range in between that aside from this monthly range, which did not hold this time. But let's see. I mean, that is the slightest tap. Bitcoin still printing those E's, but like I said, it's closer to the point of control at this point right now. Still underneath the point of control, but above that ascending trend line. Really know about this structure over here, but maybe this one right here. Maybe this one looks a lot like Bitcoin's right there. I'm not a fan of that. But you could absolutely draw a line here. It doesn't really have pivotal structure. I mean, this does. So a momentum break could be what SUI would get. SUI could get a momentum break. SUI death cross. There. Yep. Death cross for SUI. Below the 200 on the daily as well. All moving averages poised to the downside. Yeah. Possibility for a little bit more continuation to the downside for SUI. Same situation with all altcoins. A little bit of bullish divergence here on the Delta. MACD is still postured negatively. Again, cloud cover on the RSI in the bearish control zone on the RSI. I would expect for it to come down a little bit more. Before we see any sort of a bounce out of it. I mean, it could bounce up and reject again and come back down, but right now, everything is reading bearish. You can see it could pull deeper into the golden pocket down here to the 786, which is exactly where the weekly level is. So about 228 to 219 for SUI. Sway, OP. Yeah, it's just not too bad. Not too bad. Not bad at all, actually. Yeah, I would keep an eye on optimism for a breakup here. It's not bad. I mean, it's not good in the sense that it's just been falling like crazy, but that's not actually bad because this can be the accumulation zone, and we could see OP actually come up and break out of this trend line right here. So that's something that I would keep an eye on. Again, I prefer to see a change in the market in the posturing on the RSI. We do have a little bit of bullish divergence from a rising delta, but yeah, that could actually work. It's something I would watch, but I don't know. Yeah, if it breaks that trend line. Actually, let me just move this back up to the candle body. I feel safer if I were taking it, if it's drawn at the candle body. So yeah, this would be something that you would buy now, I would say. You would look to buy this now to minimize your risk further. So you know that if it's not holding the range low, then chances are it could go lower and you would just cut it. Otherwise, there's no better place to get in on it, and then look for it to get the push up here and then the breakout. You'd be sitting in a better position if you take your risk down here versus attempting to take the safe entry. And let's just say it gets up here, does a fake out, and falls all the way back in. Then, yeah. You have to determine where you want to take your risk at. 200 is below price action here on the daily chart. Silver cross here, but that's okay. That's okay. You can see once it does break the trend line here, that it will be above any moving averages of relevance, including these EMA ribbons over here. And then we'd be looking for price to come up. Bounce around in here for a minute before it actually can get anywhere. This posturing is still coming down, but moving averages follow price action. So there's a good chance for OP on a spot buy, and just cut it if it is taking out the lows. Yeah, you don't need it if it can't hold the range low, or at least move a certain percent below the range. Just go ahead and cut it. But that's a pretty good looking chart. Put a note on that. Costs. We'd already covered costs. Looking for a momentum break here on costs. Do have a nice little wedgie formation here on costs on the daily time frame. Think costs may have, yeah, costs did get a little death cross right there, but momentum break could just be a relief bounce. Once that happens, it does have bullish divergence. Absolutely has bullish divergence. See, that was the 786. And we're looking at the weekly range. But it does have bullish divergence with a positive cross on the delta right now. Even though MACD is still postured down, if this delta comes up and crosses, it's sitting closer to the zero line. So I think that cost has a pretty good chance of getting a little bit of a bounce here. Does it do anything more than that? It possibly could. I don't think cost really cares about technical indicators or things like that for the most part. So yeah, momentum break back up here. Cost, maybe cost just comes down here and retests the low of the dynamic cloud, and that's at 8.084. Maybe it only does that little bit for starters. So come back up and retest the low. Bitcoin is trying to push up into that POC right now. Nothing too much. And struggling a bit, but nothing too much. Nothing new under the sun with Solana. We've already discussed this plenty of times, and the 134 to 119 has been a great accumulation area for Solana. So if Solana does come down here, let's just hold the low of the dynamic cloud. When it does come down, don't want to see price getting back below it. So if it does come back and just hold there, then I will look for continuation here on Solana. Yeah, altcoin's not 100% ready. This was a nice little breakout, and this is what I'm saying when I look at, I don't have anything set up over here, no ranges, no nothing. But this is what I'm saying for OP too. So how this And so a lot of stuff basically looks like this. And so now you'd be looking for price to come back up here, pretty much. Oh no, you know what it is? I did look at this yesterday. I have it on a different chart. So be looking for price to potentially make its way up here. But it is hitting some resistance right now. So what I was looking at last night. Yeah. This is what I was looking at last night. Yeah, that is what I was looking at last night. I was like, okay, so it's going to come into this bit of resistance right in here. And then once it does that, once it can get past that, then of course you would start looking in here. Hoping that it takes the high. And this is what the rest of the altcoins look like too. How the 200 is basically kind of flatline right here. I don't like that because it could be a rejection. Like say looks really good. I mean the breakout looks really good. Put it like that. It could always flip it. It's just not my best. It's not the best setup that I like to see. So could run out of steam relatively quick, in my opinion. But a nice move nonetheless. And it had the bullish divergence. It had the bullish divergence down here from the delta, which is what I'm also seeing on a lot of the other altcoins too, is the bullish divergence. Which is probably what's going to happen with Bitcoin. Mm. That was a really nice move. I would start to be a little bit more careful with it because it is at that resistance. So if you're playing, say, I would start to be a little bit more careful with it. Bitcoin's seeing a little bit of a rejection near that point of control. Hasn't broken down yet. It's just starting to get the rejection from it. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely start to be a little careful if you're somebody who's trading. Um, Say right now, as it hits this resistance, or possibly look for a pullback and then a new entry into it. Because right now, it looks like it could get swamped and roll over a bit. That still looks decent here on the EMAs. Everything up past here looks, yeah, invalid some kind of way. Bearish divergence on Bitcoin as it was attempting to break up above that POC and it got that rejection. Let's take a look back at that real quick. So you can see how Bitcoin was putting in some bearish divergence. Has a bullish undertone too, but bearish divergence nonetheless as it is attempting to get this push up with all of these E's. Bear div. and cloud cover. Let my coffee cool off on me.
Well, I mean, I wanted to like long ago.
So the bear divs. Could be a good continuation play on a smaller scale, smaller time frame to do that. So on that say, see, look for a break of this ascending trend line right here. It may try to hold some support right in here, possibly. Maybe it sweeps this liquidity, tries for a bounce back up, maybe get a rejection or something, and come back down into this golden pocket and then continue. Since it looks so strong on the daily time frame, looking for a long entry on it would be cool. But I wouldn't do anything with it as long as it's hitting that resistance. Meaning I wouldn't be looking to enter long there. It needs to pull away from it. And the further it pulls away, the better. To be honest, if it comes down here, it's a better risk to reward, at least trying to push back up. And this is where it struggled the first time. This must have been the absolute wick low right in here. Some Bitcoin Cash apparently got a pretty big pullback. Okay, it's breaking that cloud cover right there. Missed that little bounce. Ooh, no bullish divergence on it. If I had looked at this earlier, I would have got in. That's what I like to see. I like to see that angle. in that yellow. I like that. I'm gonna just look at it from a 4-hour. Bounced off the momentum line. I don't like the 4-hour, but I liked it enough to take a quick short-term play. I think that really meant anything. I'll put it on this one. That was the latest one. Put it back on the 15. Looks like it would get a bear div on a push up out of here. Really. Yeah, got a squeeze breakdown from there. So it squeezed and then it broke down. We're showing the squeeze right in here. Somewhere in here. Yeah. That's what that was, a squeeze breakdown. Push back up into the bands, back out, and now it's coming back up. So it'll probably reject right in here. Yeah, after a drop like that, a correction like that, you at least want to see some bullish divergence. I cannot say that I see any. Double bottom maybe, but even with that, it has to change market structure. Changes market structure on the 15-minute when it breaks above here, like $3 more. Can play the trend line break. It's really choppy back through here. I said no. I wonder why. Doesn't like it on this chart. Bitcoin rejected from the point of control. Just trying to decide if I wanted to play with this. And the only other one I looked at, I looked at Arrow last night. It's already rejected. So it did exactly what the other altcoins are showing. How it had the head and shoulders, but it also had the wedgie formation. I say even if it wicked down into here, I probably wouldn't want to see it lose that momentum line. And then just make reference to this. So basically we can take this candle right here. I'm actually break it down to see what does that look like. Okay. That was some good support. That arrow. Do I consider that? So preferably with Aerodrome, it doesn't break back below this momentum line, that accelerated price up here into this resistance, which is at 72. Um, but if it does pull back, Golden Pocket does look like a pretty good region, pretty good area of support, and it's away from any sort of a violation of price action. Okay, it's no wonder, because that would be breaking this pivot right here. Which is fine. It's not a bad chart, but ascending patterns typically break down, but not a bad chart. Yeah, wait on the pullback and potentially look for a long position somewhere right about that golden pocket if it's going to continue up. If I did this like this, and drop this. be the measured move down. On the breakdown, would be like that. Unless you chose to take this up higher and do something like that. It's a pretty clean channel. Bitcoin with the rejection at the point of control, as I mentioned. I'm not taking any positions this weekend, personally. Not on Bitcoin anyway. I may mess with these altcoins a little bit. The ones that seem to be doing pretty good. Even though they look like they're, correcting, it's still looking a lot better on their daily time frame than many other ones. So getting into a nice position would be, yeah, that's what I want to do. Get into a nice position on an alt. So Bitcoin's still holding inside of that range. those dojis. right, so I was just looking at this baby Doge coin, and I'm not a meme coin person per se. Not to the point where I look at too many meme coins, but this thing is pretty consistent. Will it continue to be consistent? That is the question. But it tends to come into this little accumulation zone here. And from here, it tends to pump up to this one here. It may give a little bit more, but if I were to buy Baby Doge, I would cut it here exactly if it managed to push up through any of the other resistance levels in here. Definitely got some TP zones in here, and so I just kind of dash line the box around those. Not too much has happened with this box right here in terms of resistance. When price comes up, it just pushes through. There are no indicators that work well with this altcoin, with this meme coin. So it is a risky one to play with, but since it is coming back into this little accumulation box right here, it could do what it did before. Like over here, it tried to push out and it stopped right in here and got the rejection. It did it over here too before, where it tried to push up and got the rejection in this box right here. But once it came back down again, that was when it managed to get the pump up. So it comes down, it gets in here, it tries to push up. The first rejection comes from this box right here. It comes back down into the accumulation zone, and then it pushes up. Here, it did not do it. It managed to push through and come back and catch some support from right in here. There are some other levels in here, but I took those off because they really weren't that important to what this meme coin does. And so if it repeats the cycle, here it came up, it did not manage to get through these resistance zones right here. Actually, no body candle closure outside of this one. And so then it comes back, and this time I would be looking forward to get that push back up to here. So it's not bad. It's not something that I will be getting into because I'm not a big meme coin player. Or maybe I buy a little bit. Maybe I buy a little bit just to see what it'll do. Something small where I'm not afraid of, where I don't care if I lose that little bit of money. But this has been pretty consistent. You put it on a line chart and you can see like how it moves. This is the main box and this is the next one. So yeah, pretty consistent. This is the only time where you did get something a little bit different right here. But I don't know that this is going to ever happen again. But the community seems to have found itself a range that it likes to play. So Baby Doge. So I'm looking at, and I was just looking at Aerodrome, of course. And I was looking at it on the 1 hour, I believe. Maybe it was the 4 hour. I cannot recall. It may have been the 4 hour because, yeah. And it's pushing up a bit more from that trend line since we started the stream and started looking at it. It has pushed up a little bit more, bouncing off of that trend line, front running the golden pocket. But yeah, that's Arrow. Looking forward to come back here into the resistance if it's going to manage to continue this push up. This is actually a very important level right here, not just for this 4 hour time frame, but I was looking at it on the weekly time frame also. It's actually where the weekly momentum line is at, and I think it starts to break down. So anything past here, I probably wouldn't trust the golden pocket at that point and be looking for it to come back down here to this box. But nice little bounce off of there so far. It wasn't this far up when we first looked at it, so that was that. And then we were looking at Say. I can get that to say to load back up. And I think we're looking at say from like a 15-minute perspective. Yeah, we're looking at say from a 15-minute perspective. Losing the trend line. Losing the trend line and just looking for say, looking to see what say does if it comes back down here to this red box right here. Maybe even take some liquidity. If not, just bounce off of this box right here and see what it does. Otherwise, golden pocket 786 on say. Sui. I'm not sure how to pronounce these things. Say, Sui, Sui. I know it's not Sui, so I would really wait on this one. I mean, it could do this little trend line break back up if this is some sort of a flag or something like that. It could do that. But you'd be buying it right into resistance if you were to play with this. I mean, scalping it, okay, but you would be buying directly into resistance if you were to try to play with this one right now. And it could also be reconnecting with Bitcoin dominance too. I will wait on that one. And then Bitcoin Cash, when we looked at this, it was sitting right here. Hadn't broken out of this trend line just yet. And so you can see that it has the past few little candles on the 15-minute time frame have broke out of the descending trend line, and it's just chopping right here right now. Let's see, I don't think I pegged out any resistance in here that would concern me for Bitcoin Cash. It didn't even make it here to the golden pocket. So I'm assuming that it could. I'm assuming that it could. And I think I chose this 15-minute time frame because it had a better read on the RSI. Yeah, a much easier read on the RSI here on the 15-minute time frame. Looked like it was starting to put in some bearish divergence, trying to get the move up. And then I added the CC just to take a look at it too on a longer look back period. So it did get a bear div here on the CC. I don't think that there was any bearish divergence on Arrow. It wasn't. So this one right now looks pretty good. It looks pretty good as it continues to get this bounce up here from this trend line. And see, we could have did that, but and something else I was looking at also. Let that load up. I don't really know much about any of these other coins in here. That would make me want to look at them. I have no idea what they are. And for that reason, just sort of stay away unless I hear something about them. I was looking at some 30 and below, and H bar kind of caught my eyes. And so I was looking at this on a daily time frame though. So H bar, come on stream, freezing up on me. I'm just giving it a minute. I do apologize. I have good days and bad days with, I'm not sure even what causes it to happen. I just know that it happens. So I was looking at H bar, which I like. So it is in a very interesting zone right here where I think it would get a bounce up. Now it is below the 786. As you can see, it is below the 786. Be looking somewhere back over in here, to be honest. So pull this up. Yep. This is exactly where I would be looking. I think H bar can come up here. This chart I like. I have an itchy hand, not to be superstitious, but I hope that's in regards to some money. Let me drag this in as I look at it on the lower time frame. I want it. Okay. So I do like H bar for a spot buy to get up into that 23 to 25 cents range. So double your money, double your fun. I like that. Also likes where it sits here. So I'm with this. And because it's also oversold, I like that aspect of it too. Now, oversold doesn't guarantee that it bounces, but you can see how this, I call it a gold digger. This green signal line is crawling its way underneath price action, just slowing it down or putting in some sort of a bottoming structure for it. I like that. Can it fail? It can. So you can see over here how it had this bit of a bottoming structure. It came up. I buy this all day long, regardless. Came up above the blue signal line, got another little push down, but it maintained. So then you end up with the blue line being the gold digger, right? And then getting the push up on price action. That's typically what I look for when I'm using the RSI. Same thing over here, especially when you get all three. That's a nice move. So I look for that. But this looks pretty nice, in my opinion. I'm going to take some of this stuff off right here. I know what that is. Yep, take that off. And then I like this too. So momentum is still in bearish control zone right now, but again, it is trying to rise up. So I like that. And this is an extended look back period too. So this isn't your normal settings. So I really do like that. And you can even see the regression line here on the CC. You do it like that. And then I can take the signal line away and just look at it this way. So once the momentum comes through and comes up, I'm interested. Let me make this darker. So I'm liking this. Look at the one with the inputs. So cyan is rising up here, which means a little bit of a cool off could be coming from the selling pressure as well. So when I put all of that together and where price action is sitting in this area right here, it's been pretty solid zone right here for H bar. So I like that also. And then you can see what that is in between 17 and 12. And so right now it's at 14. So it's somewhere in the center. See, 22 and 14. It's really had a hard time, that's for sure. Just looking at all the gray. It usually has a rough time. But I like steppy. I like when I see it stepping like this versus running flat. And that's the structure that's over there right now is that's the structure it has right now is this same structure right here where it's stepping. So I like that. Bitcoin is reattempting that point of control right now. So I'll let you know when if it does manage to break above that point of control. But the same step again is what I like about it. That gets me interested in it. So we'll see. The last time it stepped like that, that was what happened. Not saying that that is what's going to happen this time, but that's cute. Now it is a bit different over here, which when you look at this, you have the cyan rising over here for a bit of a cool off in the selling pressure. You do want to see the momentum start from the low like it started over here. So from here, it's at the low end, at the bottom. It's not rising, it's at the bottom. And then price action just rallies up. That would be the difference with that indicator versus let me do this so we can see, versus how it does this, comes up and just gives a cool off to price action. And then you get these small little moves here, like this one. I'm just gonna take it from where it did that at. So this cool off took place from right here. And so that was like a 21% move, which if you look at it from a smaller time frame, it's a decent move. From a smaller time frame, definitely a decent move. So it hits different. It's different when it's coming from here, from the bottom. It's coming from the bottom and drives up versus where you get the little cool off session. Like this was a cool off in buying pressure right here. So it was indicating that price action would get a cool off in the buying pressure, and then you chop before it actually completely plays out. But nonetheless, I think that looks pretty nice considering it. It is in the oversold territory, and momentum is trying to bottom out here. So that would be Hedera. And if Hedera were to play out, and let's just say you took it from here, would have stopped for that low and the expectation that it comes up in here, and we'll set it for here. Actually, we'll set it for, we'll just do this with it like that. Then that's I mean, it's not bad. It's not bad. And of course, when people start to get excited, possible double top on Bitcoin. I'm saying possible. It's the weekend in Bitcoin. They're playing around. I'm going to jump back over here to Bitcoin real quick, and then I'm going to come back over here to Hedera. So yep. It looks like it could be rejected from that cloud cover. It is around the point of control. We do have a squeeze happening right now. It doesn't hurt to take the risk of the short and then look for it to come back into this trend line. And then if it doesn't hold this trend line, I mean, I would do a TP here, TP here. And then if it doesn't hold that, then yeah, I mean, you have some areas, some places for it. So if you were doing it, you're not looking for it to get through that. And at least coming back down here to the bottom of the range. if not more. That's my thoughts on this. Some pretty low leverage. For Bitcoin. All right. Let me see how pegged this is to Bitcoin. We already have this saved. But let me see. So each price currently 14477. And stop loss would be I'm gonna call out today. I'm calling out.
What?
I'm not going in today.
You're not going in?
No,
Why?
I don't want
Feel
to.
good?
I don't want to go. I don't feel good. My stomach keeps feeling like I'm being stabbed, and it's probably because I was doing those ab exercises. And my body just can't handle anything. And I'm mentally just not, I'm mentally not there.
Ugh.
I haven't.
What?
I haven't. I said I haven't. I haven't seen your Intel tag.
Come on, here, let's go.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did hang it up right there.
Yeah.
Okay, let me call Joe.
Huh?
It's only 9:34.
Oh, I was gonna go to the gym downstairs. Yeah.
You taking the train?
Why take the train? Why have the car?
Who told you have the car?
Do you need the car? Are you going somewhere or what?
How am I gonna go somewhere? No, I'm not going anywhere. I gotta call Joe first though. Why you got holes in your socks? There's plenty of socks in the bathroom and
I don't see it.
you didn't see any socks in the bathroom in the sock thing.
Yeah, we just have a bunch of different ones that don't even look right.
How about the other ones? Be there.
Bye.
All right, guys, I have really tried to be here today. I mean, I'm at home. I'm not having to be anywhere. I'm not feeling well. I don't know if you heard that, but I'm not feeling well. So the stream will be ending at 10. Again, it ends at, I had to change the time. I changed the time last week to 5 a.m. to 10 a.m. on Saturdays. And of course, we don't stream on Sundays. And then the weekdays is 5 a.m. to 5 p.m. just so I can give my body a rest. And I also work the weekends, um, Saturday and Sunday. So, with that said, again, I would take some profit on the diagonal trend line here. I really don't have a number, but you can use this here as the target. That's 103,669.3. And well, actually, my head hurts. I have no really good way of doing this for you. So that equals up to about right here. So TP, if it comes into here, somewhere between here and this trend line right here, to make sure it doesn't try to bounce and go against you or anything like that. It looks pretty weak, but it is the weekend. It's low liquidity, so I would look to TP right in here, and then after that, you would come down here to the very end here, and I would TP again down here at the range low in case it does not break the range low, and just leave some on the table in case this is just gonna fall and continue down. This is the order block, the lower bound order block right here. I haven't really checked this. I have to draw out too many. um Let me see. Let me just turn Lux Algo on and see what's in here. Okay. So you're in a bullish order block right here, which, again, you're looking to take profit right in here anyway on this setup right here. You're trying not to sweep the liquidity right there, but you're looking to take profit right in here. And then you come down here. Um, this doesn't look like it's anything significant that will hold the price action. So the lower channel of the range is what I'd be looking at then to take a little additional profit. And just, you get a runner, you get a runner. Hold on, please. Okay, so I was just saying that, but it blasts right through it. So I guess, you can look at TPN. I mean, take a little bit of profit. Make sure you ensure profits. I mean, I know it's bearish and all of that good stuff, but again, it is the weekend, so don't allow it to go against you in any kind of way. So it's a risk-free trade at this point. You got that purple E. Not that they really matter, but it is a risk right now. It does. It's a risk-free trade right now. So do secure some profits. Sorry. Alrighty. So I was trying to hang in here, but anybody that was in here is probably already gone. So appreciate everyone who stopped by the channel today. It's been quite a day with Bitcoin, and I'm gonna be going through some altcoins. I'm gonna get some rest, but I'm gonna be going through some altcoins, and then I will post a couple of things that I'm seeing on my X account at Down to Crypto TA. Again, that's my X account at Down to Crypto TA, and do be sure to check out the Coin King at DACOINKING, the Coin King on X as well. Appreciate you all. Thank you so much. My keys are frozen.